welcome to Asylum Atelier, welcome to our creative discourse, welcome to my studio. I'm so happy to be here again. It was very difficult morning for me. I had to wake up even earlier today. I had some stuff that I wanted to deal with before the stream, so I don't really miss this painting session, which I really truly enjoy. And we already started talking or discussing or sharing what's going to happen on Friday. I'm excited for Bed Painting Friday. One thing that really immediately comes to my mind before I get into that, casual or me repeating myself, since we're going to do Bed Painting Friday, unless some higher power intervene, I should be here on Friday. For those of you who don't know, we have something that we call Bed Painting Friday, and it means that Friday is the day that you just want to relax, you want to hang out, you don't want to put yourself under the pressure. Everything goes. We play with random pigments. We have some scrap materials that we used before. We did a bunch of cool things. So let's continue with that. You guys suggested that we started the conversation about the random characters. Gandalf, that's what I'm talking about. That's my guy. Definitely looking forward to Bed Painting Friday. And maybe you can just give me some suggestions that what would you like to see me to attempt to paint, because like I said, it's a Bed Painting Friday, everything goes. So maybe we can throw some acrylics, just to see what's up, and do maybe mixed media, throw some charcoal into it, and maybe start monochromatically. I don't know, everything goes. So if you have some kind of a wild idea that you want to test and try, Bed Painting Friday, it's the awesome time to do it. I also mentioned that I might be able to hang a little longer. It all depends on how what weather it's going to do, and even if the weather destroys us and it's going to be really dark and gloomy, and the sun goes down, or the sun rays are not going to be able to penetrate the sky, because I think that the weather broadcast it's raining in my country. Or in the city where I'm located in, we can actually take a picture of it and then maybe switch to digital and have fun with the digital a little bit again. So it's kind of open, everything is out there. Like I said, as for now, even today, I really wanted to be here, and I pushed myself to be on time. So if I look maybe a little bit on the low side of energy, it's because it was a long day. I traveled because this is a mountainous region, so we have like these small mountainous roads everywhere. So I had to go and pick up something to a different city, and I wanted to make sure that I'm here on time. So I talked to people from that warehouse, and they were nice enough to wake up, or they opened the doors for me earlier as well. So thanks to them also to be here and have fun. So that's that. Second thing, I was talking yesterday about that affiliate program. So I set up the commercials, I did all the things. But one thing that I didn't do, I did not agree with the terms and services of Twitch, which I forgot. There is another section, because yesterday, instead of my casual have a cup of tea and read something that you like, I was reading about that affiliate program that is in the testing stage for me right now. And there is a bunch of other things that I, as a European, had to do before actually being approved. And there is, I read that there is a period of time that you're going to be under that. I don't want to say investigation. It's more like they want to make sure that your channel is sound, that you don't use any profanities, and there is nothing bad going on. So just to go back to the initial plan from yesterday, is that I set it up the way that we're going to have a 1 hour of a stream, and then I put those 3 minutes commercials there for us to actually stand up and do all that important things that I always talk about, just to walk around and change the things that you're looking at. So if I'm looking at this painting, ideally for me is then look on something that is dark and then something that is light, so my eyes are will rest a little bit from what I'm looking at. So I'm not zoom in right here because, you know, I'm thinking that maybe this is a problem, right? But as we discussed even yesterday or throughout the painting, is that, you know, even this part, it's related to this part some way or another, and the important part is that the whole thing, it's a composition, right? So it's something that you're working on here and trying to get that perfect expression of the eye and ear, and something is not really working. Perhaps it's the shape that it doesn't work, all right? So and then, you know, going back to yesterday, my really I would say again, the battle of trying to design something that I like and also represents that feeling and emotion that I'm trying to communicate, plus make sure that I still have that composition and I don't have that annoying repetition. So these are these creative solutions that we are looking for. And if we are so into, you know, the moment that I'm looking right here and I can't see what's next to it, right? And I think that we can use these commercials the way that we will stand up, will be forced to stand up, and then also I'm using it as a moment for you to clean your palette, replenish your liquids. That means that I need to have a tea around me at all time, especially today. It's really cold. I don't know if you can imagine that kind of a cold. This building, it's from, I don't know, mid 1600s. Late 1600s. So I don't know if you ever lived or existed or had a chance to be for a longer period of time, or during the winter in these buildings. They can get really cold, and that kind of it's not even a damp kind of a feeling, but it's real coldness, and it hits you even hard when it's in that between. So it's not really cold. It's maybe 6 Celsius degrees, but it's not even warm to the point that you could just wear a t-shirt. So that's something that helps me also to be still walking back and forth, and it's forcing me to be active and moving. Also, I have a habit, and you can see me, I'm still like in that kind of a wobbly motion. It's because that's what I used to do. On this big painting, I have to go really far away from a painting. But when I'm painting like a smaller portrait from life, what I do is like, this is my constant motion, because I'm looking at detail and then I'm comparing it as a whole. So it's just it's constant back and forth for me. Sometimes it's 2 steps, then I'm trying to move my head left and right. So it is not necessarily the best way to exercise, but it's way better than just sitting. So if you're sitting, these commercials and these ads that we're going to have in between should help us. I also mentioned that if they won't help us, and I'm going to find them destructive, because, you know, we're just going to, and I know how difficult it is. Even for me, I'm working on something that I stand up and I'll just move somewhere else. It's really hard for me to get back. So if these commercials or ads are going to be destructive, I'll just disable them and just let's forget it. It was a good try. I know that you guys want to support, and I appreciate it, but not for a price of just losing that attention and losing that momentum with your own creative process, because that's why this channel exists, not because of other stuff. So we get that out of the way. It's going to take a while. I think it might take up to 2 weeks. I'm not sure. Let's see. So that's that. My departure officially is on April 8th. At this point, it's without the painting. So I'm giving it a very low percentage. We were on 95. Then I felt that it's 95% no, 5% yes. Then I felt that it could be 20%, and then suddenly it's 0. So, and it's because I received the information that theoretically it is possible, but no one can guarantee me the fact that it's actually going to be that painting is going to be safely loaded and unloaded from and to an airplane. So that's gone. So it's going to be an awesome ride for a month and a half, from St. Petersburg, trying to really push and actually recreate what we have here. So that's about upcoming week, and just a quick update. Also, you guys mentioned a Discord. I have a Discord. I prepared a Discord. It's just trying to manage Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and other platform. I'm not really as you can see, as verse as well verse as I should be when it comes to these apps and these options. How can I get closer to that creative discourse, to see your work as well, and maybe we can discuss not only just theoretical things, but also some concrete stuff. So I'll do that I can to make it happen. It existed. It was kind of a private for myself. That being said, I know how to use Discord. Luckily, I'm familiar with that. I've been using it for a while. It's just having a separate Asylum Atelier channel. Like I said, it exists. You can actually even check it on my website. The link should be working. Someone told me that it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I will recheck it and I'll make sure that it works. And then I might add it into links that you can actually link it to Twitch. I think it's Twitch bio, but whatever the thing is underneath, whatever they call it. Info board. I'm gonna call it info board. I don't care. So that's that. What else? Yeah, waiting for suggestions. What characters could we work on? Maybe some mixtures. Maybe something completely new. I'm gonna leave it up to you, and I will be actually thrilled to hear what do you think. What would you maybe struggle with that you cannot picture properly, and we can do some collaboration, at least a little bit, virtual collaboration. So that's that. Yeah, and today let's just get into painting. And as a title already suggested, I'm gonna be redesigning the right side figure, because yesterday I kind of ran into something that I was not really happy about. Not necessarily happy about. It was that complication that happens, and as you might know from watching or checking this channel, I don't, I am ready to repaint things and sacrifice the time. And it's not even sacrificing the time, but I'm prepared to work on it more and more for the sake of a composition and then overall pleasing aesthetic flow through that, because I think that that's important. And that being said, it's not the only important thing. All of us, or every one of us rather, have something that is being drawn to, right? Some, design preferences, I should call them. And for me, a design always starts with the composition, especially when it comes to painting. That's my opinion. And actually, for that matter, I would probably should talk also about the fact that all the information that I'm providing when it comes to painters, these are not a historical. They don't necessarily need to be historically accurate. I'm looking at the painters from point of view that it's beneficial to me as a painter rather than historian. So if I have misplaced dates and if I have butchered names, my apologies. That's not intention. There is a quantum of different languages and different pronunciation, and as you can hear, some of you, DM7, right? I'm sorry, I had to do it. As you can hear, I even sometimes struggle with English. Not sometimes, most of the time struggle with English. So please take this information as a reference rather than something that it's written in stone, as they say, because like I said, I'm focusing on what it's necessary for me specifically, and I'm trying to extrapolate these information from already existing paintings and painters and books and informations, and like I said multiple times, I like to read. Because who doesn't like to be informed, right? I don't know, maybe some, but I doubt that. Everybody likes to be informed. So that's just a quick intro for today. I would like to hear about your ideas for the character, and also your creative solutions to problems that are ahead of me and actually us. So I hope that you get enough time to get your paints on the palette, your brushes are ready, and we can start painting. Let me also double check, yeah, the camera, I'm sorry, just a little bit so you have a better view. Make sure that we are ready and we're not distracted by any other thing. Cool. Let me read what's happening here. We can test it out and see it won't hurt anyway. I'm actually curious how you will do it. If it doesn't work, the invitation link probably has expired. Yeah, that's what I think. That's the logical conclusion I can come up with. I'll check it out later. I have no idea what for Bad Painting Friday. Let me ponder on it. Okay, I'll let you ponder on it about the Bad Painting Friday. I think that the link, as you mentioned, expired, or the invitation. That was my first thought. So I will probably have to refresh it, and like I said, restart that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk and adjust this simultaneously, and everything is in the way, as always, right? As always. So yeah, I will double check that, make sure that it's working, and we can then test it. I don't think I'll be able to do it today because I also have some private lessons that I have after this. So I don't know if I'll, maybe during the lunch I can just sit down and or not during the lunch, but for me during the dinner rather, I might look into this. And I think it's going to be for me it's going to be a hour of reading, only because I like to do that, and then it's like maybe 2 clicks through some AI. So that's what's up with me. All right. Coming back to yesterday and that frustration, and I wouldn't even call it frustration, because it isn't. I'm not frustrated. Well, let me rephrase it. Let me start over. Yesterday, I found out that we have I finally saw it happening in front of my eyes, that I have that very, very, very unfortunate repetition right here, right? So I would have a little bit of distance, hand, then distance, that distance between them, then again a little bit of space, another hand that was kind of suggested here. We can't really see it, but we are inferring it, and then the distance, and they are kind of in the same position and in the same angle. And also I saw that I repeated it right here. So what can I say? It is happening to me more than more than I would like to, more than you should see. I guess that would be, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not a mistake, it's not a problem. The problem would be trying to convince myself that that's okay. It isn't. Well, it is, but it isn't for me specifically, because I'm looking for that, like I mentioned, overall feeling from that composition. At later stages, it's not, like I said, about, oh, I don't know how to paint the portrait. It's about, does that portrait represent the emotion, or does it communicate the message with the viewer? did I want to? That's why these figures are there. These are, you can think of them as an actors, and you might think about yourself as a director. And if you can't direct your actors properly, you're gonna have a bad movie, as we all know. And we've seen a lot of bad movies, right? So that's something to really ask yourself. What is your goal with the painting? Is it just practice? And if it's practice, then you shouldn't be worried at all what's going to happen and what the results are, because that going to slow you down, and you're going to doubt yourself on the way. Well, maybe not you. That's what I did. I'm talking about my own experience. So that might be kind of. And I'm sorry, I might be out of the frame, but I'm trying to be in frame and also as far as I can be, so I don't feel that there is just an empty frame, because that's also part of the composition, whether you believe it or not. How am I going to solve this problem? Because that's probably what ultimately I have to answer, not to you, but myself. And I'm looking at this, and this is a problem. This is a problem area, and the problem area was for multiple reasons. First of all, that I moved that hand slightly on the side. Oops, it's still wet. Forgot that I painted there yesterday. Where are my paper towels? Here they are. So, when we think about the composition, and when I think about the composition, I should rather say, because like I said, we all have a different ways to think about it, and believe it or not, every one of the ways that we use, it's the right one. There is no one specific way to compose. So do not feel restrained to that, I don't know, maybe the golden ratio. It's not necessarily about the golden ratio. But as I think about it, in this stage right now, for example, we can actually use, this is going to be a good example, but right now I'm stuck. I don't know what to do, not necessarily what to do. I don't know because I have multiple options what to do, right? So it's like a branches, or it's, again, we are on that intersection and we have to decide which way to go. But we don't have only one way to go, we have hundreds of ways to go. So what I'm trying to right now do is to decide which way it's going to be probably, not probably, I'm going to do, I like to use that, it's from a Deadpool versus Wolverine, I think, or Deadpool and Wolverine movie. I'm going to use educated wish, and my educated wish should be, or actually, let's say the golden ratio, it's a helper. So when I'm standing in front of my painting right now, I am trying to overlay that, or do a layer on top of it with all these lines, right? So I'm looking here and I'm looking for the thirds. I'm not composing based on thirds, but I'm looking for something that I can start with as my analysis, or my initial analysis, if I'm absolutely stuck and I have no idea what to do. You can use the rule of thirds, you can use golden ratio, you can use diagonals, you can use S curves, C curves, you can use whatever you want, sinusoid. There is no limit to this. It's just a starting point for me. You can use Andrew Loomis and his method, which is kind of interesting. I would highly recommend you to check that out if you haven't, or if you wish to, we can talk about that as well. Because Andrew Loomis has his specific way. It's kind of weird and random, and that's what gives him always. And if you don't know, Andrew Loomis is a very famous illustrator and educator, or used to be. He's no longer with us, if I'm not mistaken. So he created a certain, and I'm sorry, I have to write, Loomis, I think it's a LOO. Let me just type it for you, DM, so, because I don't know how to, whether or not it was picked up. Oh, you heard of him. Okay, okay. So can you type into chat for me Loomis? Yeah, Loomis. Yeah, that's what I thought. So he has a method of dividing a panel or canvas or whatever, you know, your composition, your surface, into uneven parts. So you never lay on the halves or like you don't have everything vertical or everything horizontal through the center. Andrew Loomis, yeah, Andrew Loomis. Thank you, dear. So that's something that I use as a overlay if I don't know what to do, and that's how I'm going to think about this. I have my when you think about and I don't want to do, there is a dominant force when it comes to digital painting and digital drawing. So there is a company, and they have layers in their software. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to add layers to this in my head. And layers are, you know, I'm using thirds, and I'm looking and dividing this into thirds visually, which is not exact, but it's approximation. Then I'm looking for a center. Where is it split to quadrants, to 4 equal parts? And also then I have a golden ratio that's happening right here. But then, most importantly, on top of all that, it's the main flow of a composition. And right now I'm going to move things around and play with them left and right so I can fit into my composition and make it a little bit more, what would be the word? Make it more, make it more interesting to look at. So you have ways to explore it, not just, you know, in a second and then dismiss it, but, you know, maybe asking your questions, why they're walking this way, why is he there, why the other person is on the other side, why this guy's holding this, why that guy's holding this. Because most of the things that they have and they carry, they have certain meanings, and they're part of the experience. And I ran into that repetition problem, which is extremely annoying for me, and I can't really, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it. So that's what I'm trying to say. I can't unsee it. So I'm going to be focusing on that. Another thing is that I mentioned that I already have the hand here. I like it. I have a bucket right here. I have another hand that I paired actually to this hand into emotion. And then I wanted to move here, and I realized that I'm in the same position, or in the position that it repeats itself, and I have to figure it out the way how to change it, how to switch it, how to adjust it so they are not the same. You can see this angle and this angle being same, this angle and this angle being same, right? It's just so much of that repetition that I don't really like. And the problem is with this composition, not the problem, the issue rather that I have to solve is that I really want to have that pole here going this direction. Because as you remember, I talked about, I have this angle, then I have this angle, then there is this angle, and we slowly going all the way here and then here. So it's like a windshield wipers, right? And you can see these implied lines that I'm trying to throw there, and they have a meaning. They're not random. None of these is random, right? So when you're looking at this has a slight angle this way because I am on that side, then I'm pushing it, he has a little bit. Then you can even see the book, right? And then we have this this direction. and then this. You can even look for the angles of that, the main diagonal. It's kind of, I'm trying to put that into that motion. And I also really, really enjoy to have another element that kind of bonds these two paintings together a little bit more, because it's number 1, number 2, number 3, right? Panels in terms of size, right? And I like that position of this, this together with this, and the kind of implied shape, implied triangle that they create here. Because that's something that when you come back to, or I'm pretty sure that I showed you this more, I have it in the back because I use it as a reference. That is because it's easier to show here, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it won't. But just to, okay. All right. So, yeah, I think this is going to work. Yeah, this is going to work. So when you think about it, it's the same thing. I have something very similar compositionally happening here. And then this group of people here in the back, they're missing because it will be not necessarily difficult, but I was afraid that it would be crowded, and I'm going to start just keeping them on the same line because I was not sure how to create the connection between these two, and then also going into depth because I don't know. It's just, it already, when I started to do the other side, I felt that it's difficult, and then I just, I don't know, I abandoned that. I abandoned that idea. But what stayed is that person is still there. It has a slightly different position because right now he had to work as a solo portrait or standing figure, and also as a part of a composition. Another thing is that you can see there is an empty space here, there is an empty space there, there is a darkness all the way here because I want to show them how they're coming outside of the frame. It wouldn't be possible because it would be way longer than I needed, and I actually set up the figures only till here. So we add and we creatively solve the problem that this is going to be that dark shape because it does not necessarily need to be a dark shape with the figures, right? I moved this a little bit more towards that side, so I give them more of the breathing room and breathing space and so on and so forth. So there are some adjustments, but the main idea is still there. It might be not as, what would be the word? It might be not as exact as I would like to, and that's why I'm running into these issues because I haven't figured it out them on the smaller scale, and it's more like a completely new project, which I'm not saying that it's a problem. It's just something completely different. So let me put this right here in the back for now. And you might have, bunch of different sketches, bunch of different ideas. And like I said, unless I put it down as and see it as it looks on the paper, it's just a theory that will never be proven unless shown, unless you see it. I thought for longest time that I'm sitting, I don't need to do sketches because I have already figured out everything in my head. But the more you work on it, the easier for you is going to be to analyze that when I'm working in my head rather, and you might have a similar problem. That's why I'm actually mentioning it. I saw just the elements. My brain simply couldn't put it together at the beginning. And right now I see things that I'm missing, and I'm trying to fit them in because I already have a better understanding of how that painting will look. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. And if not, I'll choose different words, different examples. All right, so the hand, that's going to be, or arm actually, and not even the arm, it's just this is the whole design. Remember, if I start moving things around here, it's going to affect the whole painting. Believe it or not, trust me or you know, hate me, just test it with your painting. Test it with your painting. And then get back to me. And let me know the result, and let me know how, if it's possible, how you solve that problem. Because that's important. That's the creative discourse. This is not right and wrong. This is not black and white. This is a full color, full saturation, full opacity versus transparency, full chroma a situation. So it is a spectrum, a full spectrum actually. Plus different panels. You're right. So if you think that you are desperate with solving your problems, you're not alone. I'm there with you, just maybe on the larger scale, but the problems are the same. Solutions are going to be different though. And that's the beauty of that creative discourse, or even, you know, the beauty of painting or art in general, I think. So many options. All right, let me fire that up. So that's something that happened last time, yesterday actually, and it kind of preoccupied my mind a bit more than I'm willing to admit, more than I'm willing to admit. So let's put the gloves on and let's start solving problems. And I can also, the other thing that you can tell that I was kind of frustrated is that this is not even the right shape, not even the right tone, not even the right value. And not even the right position, I guess. So you can see not necessarily my frustration, you can see how much of my brain I was actually, like how big of a portion of my brain I was allocating to trying to figure out the thing, and I completely forgot that, like, what a mess am I doing here. That's what is my should I call it pet peeve or inexperience? I don't know how to even call it. So it has to go again. I'm trying to scrape the pigment away. And then ironing it. So I'm working with you might call this, for me, and this is how I'm looking at it right now, this happens to be a blank canvas. Like I would be starting from the scratch. I don't really care how much stuff I have on that. Right now, here, and when you really think about it, the difference between here, what's happening right here in this area, is there is no difference for me in my head between this and that. Oh, we're going to use this for a bad painting Friday for sure. I already decided. See, I mean, I can really put this here, well, and there is really basically no difference. So this is what is ahead of me, or what is in front of me when I'm looking at it, which means it's just a blank. I may as well call it a blank canvas. That might be difficult to process. I love how you analyze your work before starting. Thank you. This is just a. You might think that that's a performance for you, but it isn't. It isn't. It is part of my thinking process. And you heard me, and you actually mentioned a DM yourself once, and I saved that, and I'm going to post it on that Discord. That's going to be a first message when you said, and I'm going to quote you because I have that your comment. Let me just pull it up. Where it is? I have it on my desktop. Let's see. At this point, I would just focus on getting it done. So this is the official motto of this stream. I wish you just get it done. So DM, I'm trying to do my best. It's just I can't go against my nature. It's really difficult. And also, I'm running into these issues that I have with a untreated texture on the place where I don't want to have it. So this is when things gonna be really annoying for you. If you are really searching for that, not searching, if you are including textures into overall composition or visual aesthetics of yours, rather, I should say. I should be a little bit more precise with my wording. Well, we all have our pros. We all have our pros and cons. All right, all right, okay, yeah. But this is your pro. This is in the pros category, not cons. Definitely, it was so cute. It was just, well, in this moment, I was just get it done, man. I know. I wish I could. I wish I had, I wish I have more experience so I can, deliver these answers quicker, with more, with a faster speed. I don't. All right. Enough of self-pity, and let's get into real painting. Let me just squeeze more of that French yellow ochre, which I was kind of not necessarily complaining. I was surprised with that consistency of that pigment. I know I can bring my oil painting to the next level if I really give them time like you do. So yeah, and that's that. And hear me out. I don't want you to think that I'm strictly against that thought or the idea that this is the only way I have to paint. It isn't. And trust me, I'm going to be very honest, because from the day one we decided that this is going to be true experience, or as close to real experience as you can get. My approach is far from ideal, actually. I would say far from ideal, but it gives me pleasure to paint the way that I enjoy, and also it gives me the result that not necessarily that I want. I would like to get more, but I know that I can still work on top of this painting, because it has potential for me visually. It has potential. All right, so let me turn on that reference, and this is what if I this is going to be, I mean, hear me out, crazy, really crazy. But I already prepared in my head bunch of variations yesterday, and I started to think about it, and I was afraid to even say it out loud, but I have to, because again, that honesty. I was actually thinking, let me show you what I mean. Let me just grab a charcoal real quick. So how completely out of my mind I was yesterday during the stream. Like how far I went into, and DM, you were here, you remember I was just really stuck and it was really quiet for a while before the guest showed up. And this is what I was thinking about. Let me move it a little bit more. I just need to move this because I'm gonna probably fall down. I hope that you're gonna be able to see it. Will you be able to see it? Probably I'll be covering it. Okay, so plan B. Where did I put my, probably in the, I'm just gonna look into the abyss. There it is. Found it. So, just give me a sec. Oh, this is going to be, it's not going to be enough. I need a longer one. Just a second. Now we're talking. So remember, like long time ago, and I'm saying long time ago, people were crafting these bows and arrows because that's what they need for surviving. And I was thinking of that friendly goblin and a birdhouse digital painting I did, which took me 6 months. I learned a lot from it, way more than usual. I'd like to have that experience in oil painting. Just gotta be sure I have enough sanity to go for it. May we know your first name or maybe a nickname? My name is Andre, if you're asking me. And your names I don't want to disclose because that's your privacy. You guys, yeah, I'm Andre. It has a weird spelling because it's a Slavic name, but usually Americans, they call me Andrew. Just for because it's the same thing. It's one of 12 apostles. That's the name of mine. So. It's a J in the end. It's really weird. It's a J sound. It's a Y, so it's like this. Just a second. Like so. It's weird, but that's what it is. But it's like I always, whatever language, when people are asking me what the name is, as long as you pick the one, Andrew, I think it's in English, it's one of the apostles. So what I was talking about is that yesterday I was thinking that I'm going to just create a literal cart that he's carrying right here, because that would give me that feeling of him. This is how deep in the in the process of adjusting. This is how the deep in the adjusting period I was when we were talking, because there is a possibility to throw something in here. In that empty space, and I was like, it is going to destroy the composition. I don't know, it's just going to be such a big element there. So I went against that. But that's the when you start with, oh, I'm gonna move my hand left and right, up and down, and I'm going to change the figure, and then maybe he's going to be completely someone else, and then perhaps if he's someone else, he probably needs some other equipment, and so on and so forth. So this how far you can get when you get really Okay, Joris Deniska, it means, am I pronouncing it correctly? I hope I do. And if I not, I apologize because I see, or it is, Danique. Danique. Am I right now? It's a little bit difficult for me. I hope that I'm getting Danique. Danique. I think I'm there. Or Danica. Danica. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. I'm trying my best. So hopefully one of those pronunciation was yes. Okay, all right, cool. I'm sorry. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Officially, finally. Well, maybe not as official as it can be with digital connection. So yeah, coming back to this, it's actually a beautiful name. Yeah. Awesome. I completely lost the track of what I was talking about. I was just thinking about the name. The last way you said it, yeah, that's what I thought. I just kind of put it together. Maybe it will work. I don't know. What if? What do you guys think? I think it might work. The stupid card thing. Maybe if I put it a little bit more this way, it wouldn't. Distract that much? Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I love the card idea. It's just, and hear me out. I mean, it's because of the hand that I moved on the side. I don't know. It might be too abrupt of a change. But here is what I can do. Here is what I can do. I could I think it could work. If I push it, well, hear me out this. If I push it higher up here, like more in that, in this area, so I don't go all the way here. So instead of going that way, I want him to go more this way. So this could go away. And again, if you guys are working on your project, like I said, don't really do this on your main painting. This is why we do sketches. This is exactly the best example for you, the one that you will never regret to see me doing. I'm struggling right now with something that could be solved within an hours, fully, completely, if you work with proper sketches. I think it might work actually. I don't know, it might be too big. I have no idea. Let me see that. We're just gonna go down right here behind him. Like if this is it has to go all the way down here. The wheel, it's the one that I'm looking at. Should bring the same red flowers from a painting yes, that's something that not necessarily a flowers, but it's more of that color, the red color. I know that I'm missing it there. That's a really red will definitely help. Yeah, I see your comments, guys. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That's exactly. So we are on the same page. That's exactly what I was thinking about, because that's the only thing that I'm missing on this side. And you remember I was just throwing these red marks right there because I wanted to connect that. That definitely. It's just before going into, and remember this is again a compositional issue. So before going into such a, because this is a, you remember I talked about the small push and pull things in order to keep and not destroy that painting, the composition. And right now I'm going to introduce a card, like a huge card. No, it has to be huge because they didn't have these small cards. They couldn't make the wheels were really, really big. Maybe I could do, well, this is going to be wild. Maybe I could give him that he's holding it. That's plausible. Then it's going in the back. I'll show a little bit of the wheel right here, and this all is going to be grass, tall grass that they're crossing. I mean, that might work. Yeah. Yeah. Let's test it. Let's have fun. Awesome, glad we are in the same thoughts. I'm excited for the card. Yeah, me too. It's just, I'm excited for a card. Okay, all right, yeah. Seems like it might work. And here's the thing, I just have to, since, it's Wednesday, so we can do bed painting Friday on Wednesday. It's just, I don't have any card references whatsoever. I don't even know if I ever painted card in my life. So this is going to be just really bad painting Friday. Let's get into this. Why not? All right. So, All right, guys, let's do it. Let's do it. Then I will have to change slightly that. Okay, this is what needs to be done. And I know what's going to help. Brush loaded with pigment. It's always the way to go. Even more. It's going to be a long day. Let me get rid of these because this is what I don't want. Cool. I think that there's one right here. Yeah. I didn't check my pigments. I was so excited. I jumped right into this and I didn't clean it up properly. All right, cool. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're back. A little bit of that. I can use actually this blue. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. A little bit more maybe. Now we're talking. So this is a couple euros of paint right there. just to show you that you really have to have your brush loaded with that. So this is where the cart would go. So here, 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 and this would be the wheel, and maybe a back wheel. This is not that bad. It's not going to destroy the composition that much, I think. Maybe a little bigger opening for that wheel. So maybe not that, that's too much. Maybe a little less this way, and maybe more of that wheel on this side, and push it here, so we keep that kind of a momentum. And the rest, it's going to be in that how do you call it, in that grass, tall grass. Just have to see it together. Perhaps. And then maybe again, brush is loaded with the pigment. And also, not only it's I'm loading it with pigment, it has a different, like this is a different pigment, this is a different pigment, so they're going to mix on that on the canvas. So it could be flow, flow back, there. That might work. Might actually work. The wheel should be in the bag, a 2-wheel cart. Let the man cook. Yeah, it should be, because, well, oh wow, wait a second. Are you suggesting you have to be, are you suggesting that I'll push it in front of them? Oh wow. Or am I crazy? Did I come up with that idea, or you just mentioned that it should be in front of him? And he, instead of pulling it, he's pushing it? Well, that would be crazy. What? Should I put it like... Let me check that. Let me check that idea. Are you saying that it should be here? But that would be a huge wheel. Going all the way here, this way, right there. Okay. Yeah, a wheelbarrow would cover that man's feet. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Well, the only problem is that it would have to go, when I'm thinking about the perspective, I don't know if I could fit it there. I like that, you know, I like the way you think. Huh. Okay, that's a second variation. Okay, so I'm gonna paint first in the back, because then I don't really need to figure it out what's behind him, because it's just kind of covered by this. So I don't need to be worried, what is he carrying? Well, actually, I know what would I put there. Okay, all right. Ooh, not only that. not only that, let me even, okay, all right. Well, now we are in the creative mode. So see, it's good that I came here today. Remember when I said that I come to studio every day, no matter what, even though I don't feel that creative feeling, but the creativity might be here in the studio and I can't miss it if it shows up. Well, this is one of those days. So let me just get a little bit of this and get him something that he's carrying here. Oh yeah. No, I think we're good. Yep. It's just going to, I'm gonna link this to this, so he's carrying, because they were bringing gifts, not necessarily gifts, but remains of a saint. And I don't want to lie, Saint, not Nicholas, Saint Michael's, no, Saint, I don't know, it was an offering. It was an offering for a pope. They actually brought it from, I didn't squeeze black there. And I'm blanking on that. It was a very important remains. They found them. They claimed that they found them. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not that old. But this is going so good already. All right, I'll be a little quiet. I need to force myself to paint. Well, it's starting to happen, so we can kind of carve up something different. We can solve the problem with the hands, not necessarily solve the problem with the hands. Right now, they make a little bit more sense. Also, I can push maybe from somewhere here, the other side of the card. And maybe that doesn't even need to be seen. Perhaps if I shorten this right here. I just got so excited. So this is why I love painting. So it's not gonna go all the way there. Let's just get rid of this. It doesn't matter which pigment it is. I just want to, and it just ends here in his hand only. And it doesn't need to go that far away. Yeah. So he's holding there, so you wouldn't be able to see the other side. Perhaps. All right. Now we're talking. So this is going to be a wheel right here. Let's make sure that I see it properly. Okay. And this is a problem that needs to be solved. A bit of green. I want to get rid of this this line right here because it's see, like, compositionally it's just pushing me somewhere where I don't want to be. Not necessarily right now, but it's just abstracting. It's a visual pollution, so it's too many elements there that I cannot control. So it's just gonna go away. So I have right now this as my main line right here, and that will be the center part right here. I think that might work. Oh yeah, it's going to work. And if not, we're going to make it work because it's kind of interesting. maybe I could, maybe just a little less this way. Yeah, and that would solve the problem with the figure in the back. There might be a little bit of the wheel showing on the other side, so we have that perspective correct. And then let's do a little bit more of that green right here. So I'll disassemble that part so it's going that direction. Yeah, it's working. It's working. We're good. We're good. We're good. Problem solved. All right, that's the end of the stream for today. Everything was figured out. Right now, let's just call someone else who's going to paint it in properly. Any suggestions for this? Nice. Okay, this is going to work. Yeah, perfect. So it wasn't such a wild idea to put the card there, as I thought yesterday. I didn't say it yesterday, and I was thinking about it yesterday. Dude, that's the dumbest thing that you ever said to yourself. Don't say it out loud. You are on camera. There are things that you can't take back when you're on camera. All right, nice. The only problem that I have right now is I don't know how to paint card, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to paint shape, and then let's hope that I can fit cart into that shape. Yeah. So I need arm. Okay, so. And you can see I went straight red, and straight yellow with the green a little bit, straight yellow ochre. Because I already have a lot of pigment on the canvas, which is still semi-wet from yesterday, right? So I'm trying to actually paint into existing pigment. So if I were to right now spend the time to actually, you remember yesterday, and I know DM, this is for you not really your topic, and I'm sorry, but I just for rest of you guys, I just want to point out that yesterday I talked about the process of when the singers trying to create the songs, right? So they might hear the melody and they just hum into the melody and mumble words just because they're trying to find the rhythm. It doesn't matter what kind of words you put there. It's a secondary process. You just need to create the flow. So instead of me going into perfect, and I wish I have the ability to hit the perfect color and the perfect value immediately, but that's not, I had a vision in the head or some thought that I wanted to put down. It's a concept. I just took a value, approximate value, and approximate hue because the card would be wooden, obviously. So I took the gamble and the risk, and I just started throwing pigments around immediately, just so I don't waste my time to being overwhelmed. I have this great idea, and I'm pretty sure that some of you might experience the same thing. I had a great idea yesterday, and I thought that it's such a good idea that I will never be able to forget it. Guess what? Next day morning, I have no idea what was I thinking about. So I'm trying to skip, and I'm trying to not even refuse. I'm trying to suppress in all might that I have inside me the fact that, oh, I'm going to Google a card right now, how the card looks like. I'm just going to start mixing the pigments and then go there and realize that, oh, I don't have a right pigment, so the first line doesn't look like a card, so I'm discouraged, and right now I'm stuck. I don't care. I need to throw lines there. I need something to start working with. It's just like, I don't know. Another thing would be pottery. Like, you just put the lump of clay on the top of that spinning table before anything else. Unless the clump of clay is there, you can actually work. So I right now place the clump of clay, and I'm going to curve and move and adjust and maybe even repaint completely or throw it into a trash can if I don't like it. But I need that clump of clay there. It's mandatory. It's absolutely mandatory. And you're right, and this is the thing, I know that there is a redness on that side. And DM, we talked about this. I did not want to put it there immediately because I wasn't sure whether or not the red flowers are going to stay there, but they're staying there. Right now it's official, they're going to be there. Right now I have to incorporate them on the other side. They're not going to be on the card necessarily, but they're going to be around. Well, that's going to be okay. Because the idea is with that redness, and that's the reason why I was not pushing it there, because I thought that I'm going to have something different. Maybe they would be holding something, or he would have, if you remember, we talked about having some other artifacts. So I was trying to save that saturation for something else if I need it. Right now we figured it out. It's a card, and on that card they are bringing and carrying not only supplies, which they could, but I'm thinking more about those remains. And then let's hit it slightly lighter maybe. I'm thinking that there is a light hitting on the top. I'm thinking about the wheel, the wooden wheel. Maybe it would be like, I don't know if they, I don't think that they have, I have to do research. So if you see me, in your local library looking for a book on cards from 800, that would be me. That would be definitely me. All right, so it would probably have, what I'm thinking that there was a wooden inside and there was like a metallic frame on the top. Maybe I'm playing too much video games, or used to play. I don't have time for them these days. I wish I could. 2 days ago, I had such a big urge to play, or last week, during the weekend, to play some video games. This is what I wanted to do. I'm just going to grab, I'm going to grab nothing, because I don't have it. What I'm thinking about to, again, switch the temperature, so keep the same value, but go into a kind of a blue steel. The famous, what was it, a Zoolander? Blue steel, the look that he was performing. And again, a lot of pigment. Maybe I could go lighter, and that would give me a little highlight at top plane. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's see if this is going to work. So I have the wheel, this is a darker area, and this is gonna be the lighter as it's catching the light. Perhaps a top. Ooh, that's cool, because I'm missing some curves. Nice, we have a curve, and then maybe on the handle could be something a little lighter. And then also, before I wipe all that pigment, maybe on the top right here as well. And then we need some of these. Now we're cooking. Yeah, I think, but I need more. I need I know what I need. I'm just looking at. I'm browsing through the library of wheels and cards I've seen in my life, and I'm trying to rotate it in a perspective. So today, my evening, instead of gaming, is going to be a blender. And I have to construct my own wheel that I like. Yoo-hoo! It's gonna be fun. So what I need is thickness, I think. Thickness on the side plane, right? So this is a top plane, and I need thickness. I need thickness. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe even more thickness. I don't know. I'm starting to see it there. I'm starting to see it there. Yeah. This needs to be, I just have to, I can't eyeball this later on. I need to make a educated wish again to make that nice. To make that nice soft transition, and not only that, but make it, oops, brush, what are you doing? Can I, yeah, I can put you back, okay. I can only turn left. Yeah, I can only turn, yes, okay. Zoom in the reference. Okay, for a second I was like, what? Yeah, all right, yeah, we're there. Blue steel. I can only turn left. That was so good. That movie is so much fun. I know that today we wouldn't be able to make a movie like that, but it was really, really funny. It's just the sheer, how would I put this? Just the sheer absurdity. Maybe even thicker, I don't know. And then the question is, should I do also a nice ornamentation there? Would it be something? Well, ornamentation, I mean, like, am I going to do these? Am I going to eyeball them, or should I give them really a... Oh, this brings me back with practicing ellipses. Oh man, how many ellipses have you guys free-handed in your life? A lot, right? Oh man, good old times practicing ellipses. Okay, I think, let me just, I have to figure something out, because I'm thinking that I'm slightly losing that kind of a dynamic diagonal there, just a touch. But that's okay, because we can still push it. It's probably because of, okay, this needs to go under a slightly different angle. Make it a little bit more this way. Okay, so I could push a little bit of that green, maybe even lighter, and maybe a little bit more. This is gone. Okay, I need more saturation. I have a little bit of Indian yellow here. Nice. Okay, so let me just quickly make a slightly lighter, more saturated, because I want to still keep that grass. And I'm doing same thing. You see this? Same thing here, different pigment, different idea, different object. But right now what I'm doing, I'm giving myself a visual clue about what is happening. And I would like to maybe make an edge right here, just a little bit. So it gives me just a tiny bit. So it shows me a little corner of a box or something that is sitting on the, and then visually you can actually go through this right here and maybe hit it somewhere here as well, right? So it's kind of, it implied lines, it kind of moves it a little bit. And I know it's hard to see and difficult to see on that distance. Let me just, I don't think I can, well, maybe I can zoom into it. Less wool spokes, the better. That's what I think. But then, let me just zoom into it a little bit more. So you have a better visual. Let's see how far my camera can zoom. Yeah, a little more, can you? Okay, that's it. All right, right now it looks like he's carrying flames. Less spokes the better. That's what I thought, exactly. Because more spokes are going to put there, the less information is going to be visible there. And also I started, and this is again, my brain, it's ridiculous, and I solved another problem. My brain immediately went into, okay, so the spoke has to go through the middle. No, we can actually push this and create another spoke that actually kind of helps that, the thing that I was talking about. So creative solution is, instead of he holding something, I'll push one of those spokes on the wheel to that direction and create the implied line that way. All right? Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Cool. Yeah. So let's just, let's put that there. So this could go this way, cool, and this could go slightly like so. And now it's repeating that and that. Okay, maybe. Nah. This is then the center. This is then the center. And let me maybe even move a little bit of here, some shrubs. Maybe, and maybe like and this can maybe go into that grass so we don't see it. And push the bottom a little bit more, and it's just going to dissolve and disappear into ground somewhere here, and then reappears, and maybe we can show like a little bit here. So there's now and there, here and there, or whatever the word is. And it also, I need something that is sticking out this direction. Cool, got it. Got it. So it would be something that's going out this way. You know, like the metal axle. It's axle. It's axle is going down through here, so we can show it here just a little bit. Nice. And then maybe a little bit more of that green to show the wheel on the other side, maybe somewhere here. So we have that, because what I'm trying to do right now, the green serves two purposes. First of all, it's giving me a little bit more, because I painted a lot of pigments, which I'm starting to lose what's happening, what's what. So I'm adding a light value, and I'm trying to help simultaneously with two things with this. First of all, I want to keep the diagonal that it's right here. I can achieve it with these accents. They kind of put you automatically into a same category. So whenever you see them, these bright accents right around here, you're going to connect them together. So you're going to feel a implied line through a high saturation green kind of a grass abstract that's going this way. But also I'm trying to strategically place it so simultaneously I can also show or disguise the parts of that wheel. Again, depends on the composition, right? So I can kind of maybe even lose this even more, because I want to keep that motion, that diagonal that we talked about. And this is kind of, this is a difficult, because it will kind of create a too big of a point of interest, or too much information there. And you remember I was talking about the compositionally, I have the most of it's going to be happening here, right? Putting this, I am right now balancing negative space with positive space when we talk about the volume, and they're starting to be equal, right? And that's also boring. So I don't want it to be equal. Either 70% of a negative space against 30% of positive space, or the other way around. You don't want to be half and half. That's probably one of the things, the easiest way to check your composition. Like what the percentage of the active space against the negative space you have. and then what percentage of shadows against lights you have. If everything is 50-50, then that might be your design problem with the composition. Might be. I'm not saying that it is, it might be. Oh no, this is going to work. This is going to work. Not only that, right now we can slightly adjust this guy as well, because we can push that diagonal. Maybe I can lift this a little bit. Thanks God that we did not finish this area, right? So procrastination, laziness, and not being sure works for us right now, because what I could do, I could actually connect this with this, maybe even less of the wheel, this way, here. Maybe I can show a little bit here and close it here. There's going to be something there, who cares? Something is going to be there. Yeah, that might work. So you know what I mean? There is implied lines, and we are going grass against the cloth, and then there is nothing. We have a split into a, like abstractly, I'm talking about this being one shape of a light against the shape of a dark. Then I have a dark shape, and then right here, I'm connecting it again. So we're going to that direction, giving you again a little bit of that information, maybe more grass right here, but that should be darker because here's going to be a little bit of shadow, maybe. Let's see. And I'm gonna use the shadow to help me. So if you were to paint, you know, this card from photograph, that would be a shape already assigned to it. And also shadow, and cast shadow. Right now, I am the one who can decide where the cast shadow is going to be based on what I need, not what's there in front of me. Now they invented the wheels that needs no spokes. They future-proof themselves. No, it's not a bad joke. It's actually pretty good. We could do that, what's that, electromagnetic or whatever it is, magnetic field that is around. So the inner of the wheel, it's all positive, and or the other way around, the negative, and the little axis, it's a positive. It's just gonna be like atoms. I think that they have a train like this in Japan. That is actually like on the magnetic plate or prototype. I think I read that somewhere. What if there was a cow tethered to a rope, and then the vampire guy is leaning behind the cart in the distance? I feel like the gifted animals back then, but maybe it will be too much stuff distracting the eye. Yes, mixed sci-fi and the history. Let's not forget unicorns. Okay, guys. All right. I like this. This is, and hear me out. You might think that these are just jokes, and I know that you guys are, you know, being excited, but don't tempt me, because I'll just put the unicorn there. Right, DM7, when we talk about sunflowers, the only thing that stopped us from sunflowers is because they were not native to the area. So that's why we put the different flowers there. Ignore us? No, I won't. It's just, that's part of this experience. And what I wanted to say that all these ideas that you're throwing there, same as, you know, somewhere in the back of my mind, there is probably like these cards. And you remember we talked about Kim Jong-ji. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore. So he had this library of different pictures, and that was his routine. And you can see, I would highly recommend you to watch some of the videos with his interview. I was fortunate enough to talk to him or be with him when he was talking about the fact that he wakes up every morning, that's his routine, and he goes through the magazines and he starts trying to memorize the pictures. So then he can just directly go without any references. So that these unicorns and things, remember that position and then try to maybe make better variation to this. Actually, in the French academia, that used to be a contest between the students. They gave them a painting, one of the previous masters, and they told the students, make this painting better. And the first prize, I think it was a trip to Italy, like paid trip to Italy. You see all the marvels of cities like Venice and Rome and so on and so forth, right? So you should take advantage of these things. And whenever you have all these crazy unrealistic ideas, not necessarily the unicorn might be the right thing to put here, but DM, you remember that I talk about that I wanted to put an animal there, ox or donkey, or yeah, I don't know what the specific thing is, because it's something that you would probably see people using as a supporting animal or support animal. So you know that unicorn, it's not far away from what you can actually put into your paintings. It's just you don't gotta put that a horn there, and you have actually sound composition that might be actually very interesting to even look at. And truth to be told, no one is actually stopping us or me to actually put the head of a donkey right here. I mean, like it wouldn't, because do you know why? Because I have an area right here that is actually helping of dark of the composition. So if I want to create some break between these two figures, I would probably start thinking about something it's between them, right? And who said that it could be another cartwheel or something? Who cares? It could be an umbrella. They didn't have umbrellas. It could be a hand of another person, or it could be another head, or it could be a horse head there, or donkey head, because it's going to kind of be covered by all these figures, right? So it's something that, even though it's funny and silly, and we're having, you know, what's the silly goose time? It's still possible to use all these ideas. And I have to say that kids do this all the time. They're willing to take risks beyond your wild dreams, I guess, or beyond my wild dreams these days. Yeah, he's insanely good. You're so lucky that you got to meet many cool people. DM, we talked about this. It's just, remember, and this is something that we talked about when we talked on topic of movies and Steven Spielberg and so on and so forth, that there is that idea that you can't expect sitting in your local cafe and expect, you know, that one of the biggest directors of not my generation, but, you know, still alive, would just suddenly walk in and ask you to be a star in his movie. You just have to create that environment around yourself, and it doesn't need to be that, you know, that Steven Spielberg is extreme, but just what helped me here in this small city. I just Googled, can I go to do a live figure drawing sessions? And I found one studio. And I went there, I had a great time, and it starts rolling in. People are like, oh, I like this. Well, can you just do this and this for us? It's that, I don't want to say it's simple, but it's such a simple idea. right? So going back to Kim Jong-ji, it was an accident. I was asked to help, and I don't want to go. I don't know what that is, and I realized that I'm helping to set up things next to or working on something next to Kim Jong-ji and his. I might have even video with that interview that he was giving, and then he hang out, and what he does, he usually draws some nasty picture into your sketchbook, and then he signed it, because that was his shtick. And when I say nasty, I don't mean nasty. It's more like a manga, but without the clothes, or anime without the clothes, manga without the clothes. So that was his thing. That's how I got into gallery. It all started with Urban Sketch group. I joined, and the network did the rest. Yeah, that's exactly that part of just really, that's called hentai. Or are we talking about? I don't know what hentai means. I'm sorry. Is it it's that Japanese, or it's that naked manga, right? That's what we're referring to, because I'm switching between the topics. Yeah. I think I'm not necessarily familiar with that myself, but I think I'm being right. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to. Because I'm pretty sure that people that like manga, it's just they're kind of annoyed by me switching between anime and manga and thinking that it's the same thing. So I don't want to. I really don't want to. I want to be precise when it comes to these things, not because it's necessary, and I'm pretty sure that people would, excuse me for not knowing. But I'm also, I'm also looking at it from point of view or perspective of someone who is like, you don't know the difference between acrylic and oil. Well, have you painted any boobs? yeah, plenty, plenty. It's actually part of the when you work with figures, you have a naked human. So, and I can't show them on Twitch, I think. But in that void, behind the door, there is a bunch of studies of a human figures, drawings and paintings. I have some of them lying on the floor right now. Yeah, Twitch got to love their silly rules. I know. It's just I think honestly, I think it's because some people abuse that artistic nudity, or whatever the exact quote was, and that's what we have right now. So I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Plus, I want this channel to be also for younger, passionate artists and painters, or creatives. So I kind of, okay, all right, I don't, those are the terms I can agree, or I can find a different way to communicate with people. So that's it. That's why I try not to curse at all. And I don't like cursing. Well, I do, but there has to be a specific moment when I'm really, really angry about something. So about that porcelain skin and soft, it's not that difficult, actually. It's easier you might think. It's easier than you might think. It's all about the relationships, and we can actually check it tomorrow. Not tomorrow, on Bad Painting Friday. What does it mean, that porcelain skin? Because when you think about that, I might have that little. I think I can. I think I showed you this one. So this is very close to that kind of idea. maybe not necessarily the most successful, but with this portrait of a culture, of a Japanese culture, there is a kind of that kind of a feeling that I'm actually aiming for when it comes to that portrait. I know I'm trying to, there's a weird, I don't know, well, at least this, I think it's glow. So you can see that that her face, it's almost same than even lighter than the value of that background, right? So you can, and this is a how is it called? The Japanese geisha, I think. And this is I'm just trying to, so you see it a little better. I'm trying to get that. Okay, well, maybe, I don't know. This is not really a good angle. Nah, I can't. I might. You can actually see this on the website. I use it as a reference. That's why I have it here for. So it has a completely different treatment. It's way softer, and as you get closer, it's almost like it looks very mushy. So there is one of the ways that you can create the porcelain skin, and it's because the things around and the way how you treat other materials. So if you can show the difference between something smooth, very, very smooth, and something maybe more rigid or tougher with the paint or with the texture, that's when it comes into play. So I put a lot of texture right here in the belt, and then her hands automatically look smoother. And there is another thick and textural the belt on the top, and the clothes is silk smooth, right? So it's treated like a one continuous value. It does not have any thickness. But then again, like areas right here, I don't think you can't see them lower down. So there's like a little notch right here. And I have the other example. I talked about this previously as well. So I was practicing that little mark, and that's something that I call, or I would refer to as a practice when you work with brush strokes. And do you remember, DM, where did I throw these gnomes again? Gnomes stealing my things around. I wanted to show the way how I was practicing that specific brush stroke, that it's not only, I'll find it, and I found it already. It's already allocated to my flowers. Okay, got it. So I was practicing that brush stroke multiple times. Here it is. It's a right. So you can see I was practicing the brush strokes because I was looking for a specific type of a brush stroke, and this was a box from the, I don't know, I found it somewhere there, and it's even woman's, so it's not even mine. So I just practiced a brush strokes to get the one that I want, and then I was trying to replicate it before placing it on the canvas, because the technique, it's a specific technique where I wanted to leave canvas untouched. So all right. I see that. I think it's working right now. Let me open one of the books that I keep for myself, because it's this painter is way too good for you to know. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. But he's awesome. He is from Hungary. His name is Gyula Benzor. Amazing painter. He's, I think, one of the coolest painters And there's a lot of things that I actually used in my work, and that I will over and over. I'm looking for, because I think that in his painting, the most famous one, he had a cartwheel there, or wheel actually, I'm sorry. Wheelbarrow. Yeah, I got it. I found it. Okay, so, oh wow. Way too good. Way too good. This is the painting I'm talking about. I don't think that you've ever seen this one. This is, unless you are really into a traditional figurative painting, this is a top-notch classical painting, figurative painting. And it's the size, I don't want to lie to you, they don't show sizes here, but that painting is 4 meters by 6 meters. Who's the painter again? Oh, DM, you're right now, this is my secret guy. This is my secret guy. His name is Gyula Benczur. He's probably the most, I'm writing it, just a second. Is his last name, and let me check in the book his first name. I know it's Gyula, I don't know how to spell it. Oh, I got it. Yeah, exactly, Gyula Benczur. He's a Hungarian master when it comes to painting and composing. There were two of them. They're responsible for the classical Hungarian scene, like painting scene, because this guy was specifically trained, and then he actually created the school like this. That's the national school right now, the national art school in Hungary. Because during the empire, Hungarian Empire or Austrian-Hungarian Empire, they built these beautiful buildings, and they, again, the same thing that happened in St. Petersburg, they built the beautiful buildings, but they didn't have people to actually paint them and decorate them and so on and so forth. So at one point, he was actually working on every possible painting that there is. And it was just, he really knows how to paint. He really knows how to paint. That's what I'm saying. I'll have something to doom scroll later tonight, thanks. Oh yeah, there is him, Gyula Benczur, and also there is another one. Whew. It will get to me, his name. And I have to, keep some secrets for myself, no? What am I going to talk about tomorrow, since I'm already showing you the behind the scenes, I guess. We're getting into a deep inception territory here. All right, cartwheel, and then, yep. So right now I need the hand, and I need to start shaping the guy who is carrying that cartwheel. So since I am going this way, I could maybe cut it here. Okay, let me see that. I need that little bit of cobalt. A little bit of that. A little bit of this. Okay. So it could go something here. Let's get rid of this other example that I was giving to you. Yeah, something could go there, and maybe we could push that. Oh, that might be a little too much, but why not? No, let's go for it. Let's make this count. So again, I'm loading my brush with the pigment because I already have a lot of pigments there. So what if I here maybe here that redness right there around the cartwheel. So I'm trying to hide it with it. Okay, I think it might work. I think it might work. And then could be one, then when he like went over it, so it broke, and one went here maybe. Yep. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That, you know, so I'm keeping that flow of a redness throughout the painting. And since this is on this side in the corner, I don't want to push them all the way here because that would be the same thing. It would look like I'm framing it with the red. I want to incorporate the red there. So I'm pushing it more here. And I want to keep a little bit more of that empty space here and push that diagonal. So maybe one could be even here, so we cover that part right here. I don't know, it looks like they're all on the wheel, but that's fine because I want to cover that wheel. Cool. Yeah, this works. I think this works. Well, tonight or today it's working. We will see tomorrow what's happening with this. Whether or not I'm just going to be completely annoyed by myself and just, it's going to ruin the day. Beautiful, you like it? Awesome. That's what's up. That's what's up. If you like it, then it's starting to work slowly. But again, this has nothing to do with anything specific. We talked, we discussed, I explained to you what my problems are and the logic behind them. And then we start throwing crazy stuff. I said that this was crazy. I was thinking about the card yesterday. And thanks to you even, you just pushed me into that. Like, go for it. And, you know, if I'm here alone and painting and I'm struggling and I'm putting myself down over and over again, I wouldn't be able to even take that charcoal and start messing around with it. It happens to me gazillion times, if that's a word. And if it's not, right now, gazillion times mean exactly how many times I made that mistake. And put myself down just because, oh, how am I? Nah, who cares? Okay, I'm going to slow down a little bit and I'm going to start shaping this figure because I think that we are okay here. I don't want to go any further because I would be simply inventing stuff that it's not that it's not necessary. Let me rephrase that. I want to get a little bit more familiar with the structure of a card and see if I can use some of that actual physical parts of the card into my advantage and then incorporate them. That's the logic that I'm working with right now in my brain. And I like the fact, and the reason, just to bring it, the reason why I really wanted to put the card there was because I am missing important element, and that was a circle, right? I have triangles, I have squares, I have lines and straight things, I have a random curves. I don't have a circular one, and I like to have, well, this one right here, but it was not enough for me. It did not cut it, and right now it's actually kind of a nice a connection, and then there's going to be a third circular right here, so I think we're good. So we're good, but that's actual circle, and it has to be a perfect circle. So I have a triangle, I have square, and I have a circle, which are 3 building blocks that I think about when it comes to composition. Now let me do one more thing. Let me do this. Okay. And you can see that I'm keeping green brush, dark brush, and the red brush, and I almost shuffled them. And the reason why I'm keeping them, you see, separate, because I want the pure pigment. I'm not going to mix them. I'm not going to mix the green and the red full blast on highest saturation together. I could, but they're going to get brownish, and I want that clear, crisp color and the pigment. And the reason why I wanted to start with it, because as I'm going to start working into it, all is going to gray out naturally. That's my pet peeve. That's my mistake. And I'm counterbalancing it or fighting with it, just putting myself into this very uncomfortable situation. Which goes back to your porcelain skin, is that when you think about the porcelain skin, porcelain probably, if it would be sitting right here, it would have that beautiful kind of it would kind of it would absorb these reflections into, or it would reflect objects back to us. So it would be a little bit of that pinkish, orangish hue of a light, a little bit of that bluish halftone, but it all would be just adjustments of white, right? And you would have to have a crisp pigment and do not overmix them in order to keep that smoothness and cleanness. So I'm going to, because we are forgetting to stand up from our place. So it's halfway through the stream. So guys, let's get a 2-minute break. Let's stand up from the paintings and just, refresh your eyes, refresh of what you're looking at. Maybe walk around the studio. Use your mirrors if you don't have a mirrors. I know not everybody has a mirror, but you guys all have cell phones, I assume. So I use a cell phone as my mirror, the one that when it turns off, or I can use iPad right now, just to show you what I mean. So it's a reflective surface. So any reflective surface I'll just make. I look at it upside down because that's very important for me to see it. I think it's going to work. So you can use whatever reflective surface you have. Mirror is ideal. If you don't have it, no excuse. You definitely have a cell phone on you somewhere, or you can use any other reflective surface. I have specifically mirror placed on the other side of the studio, and also I have that small mirror that I always use on the side. You guys are aware of that one. So I'm gonna get the tea. You clean your palette so you can keep the nice cool. So you can start working with the nice fresh pigment. I still have a space there, and it's just gonna be like coffee refill. Perfect. It's gonna be literally 2 minutes. for me, or maybe 5, because I want to get back to painting because it's cool and awesome to paint. So I'll be right back, just a second. All right, I am back, and I hope that you had time to get your coffee and tea or any liquids that you desire, and that you had a chance to just stand up from your painting or drawing or whatever creative project you're working on, so we can get back to painting. Yeah, I was. I got so excited about all these ideas that we just not even named, not even talked about, but really let our creativity loose, to the point that I just got really, really, really warm. So it might be also because I blasted my heaters on in the studio, because it was really, really cool. Standing up did me well. I see some things I needed to fix. You made real progress today, I feel. Yes. I hope that you guys all making progress. And here is the thing, a progress yesterday was negligible. But even these small, think about this. Yesterday, I was really, really struggling with the hand. And you might be thinking that, oh, the whole day. And then also I moved the portrait because I was painting the portrait and I didn't like it. I scraped it and moved it on the side, which led to a little bit more of a defining to the figure right here, which moved me towards the hand. And I saw the problem. So everything went away. And you might say yesterday there was no progress. Well, actually that no progress and then testing these theories led us to actually a huge progress today. So I'm trying to help you to not be and I'm saying this because I've been there, and it happens to me so many times that it almost feels like it was yesterday, where I was stuck and I didn't know what to do, and I wanted to just stop painting. And again, walking, not looking at your work, even overnight, is such a big help. I can't even stress that enough. So even a incremental a progress, it is progress. It always will be. And don't let, and I wanted to say, don't let anybody to take it away from you. Don't let yourself to take it away from you. Because I did that. I really hated the days when I just struggled and I There is actually also in this philosophy, there is something that Bill Rogers, one of my masters in Los Angeles Academy of Figurative Art, great person. Like I said, I have only this is almost. Do you know how this feels like? And I'm off the camera. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you can see me moving back and forth, so we can see the whole thing, because it's starting to be a real painting with a character. On the topic of on the same topic that I was talking about, before I adjusted the camera, about that fact that even the small progress is a progress. And Bill Rogers, great painter, great friend, and also one of the most important educators, I think, when it comes to a classical figure drawing. So he told me this really, really crazy thing. So he took when we were mixing pigments, and I didn't understand what I'm doing wrong. And he said that He's actually responsible for that idea. Bill Rogers, yes, yes, yes. I think that you might find him as a William Rogers. He finished, I think that he was with Jacob Collins and in Water Street Atelier. I don't know how they call it each other these days, but Jacob Collins is like a very famous classical painter. I think that Bill actually at one point was either visiting his studio and working with him, or he studied with him. I don't remember right now the whole story, but just to get to that, we were mixing the pigments, and he was the first person that that taught me how to hold the pencil properly in my hand. And he mentioned one thing, that like let's take that we have a mixture, like this mid-tone, or this is darker than the mid-tone, so let's make it a little bit more mid-toney. So we have a mid-tone right here, and actually let's get all this white right here, right? So let's pretend that this is our mid-tone. And he was talking about adjustments and how to mix properly. So this is how powerful our eyes are. And he mentioned that right now, I'm going to add this much of white. I don't even think that you can see how much white I'm going to add, like this much white, right? And he's like, you adding this much white into a mixture, do you see a change? And I said, no. Yeah, but it happened. The change happened. You can't see it, but your brain knows. Your brain even knows that you actually put the white there. It means that it had to change the value. Absolutely had to, because this is now a completely new mixture. That means that if you are making your really slow, as you mentioned, that porcelain skin, if you are making your small transitions and really small, smooth transitions through the surface, because you want it silky smooth, this is what you have to think about. And it's coming back to, like when we just add a little bit of philosophy, same thing you can apply in terms of adding, creating these very small incremental steps towards the better result of your painting. And the better result, I have to be very specific with this, better result doesn't mean that it's painted more photographic. Better result means that the information that you're trying to communicate with viewer, it's way easier, recognizable and readable. So that's, I'm sorry, that's something that I'm ranting about. I'm just checking because I thought that there's again that spike in internet connection. Am I still on? I hope I am. Well, if not, I am. Am I still live? I think I am. Let me check this because I had again that kind of, I talked about that internet connection. I'm still okay. All right. Cool. I'm sorry. I just sometimes I see something on the screen that it's not that's showing me that the connection is a little too slow. So I always get scared because we already had streams where I was talking for half an hour, or 2 hours even, and the sound was not connected, and the cameras were off, and so on and so forth. So this is plenty of mishaps. A bit lag, yeah. You definitely let me know. Okay, all right, thanks, appreciate it. That you are so helpful. Because I really, sometimes when I paint, and I'm pretty sure that happens to you, all of you, that you zone out. And I put down, I have to adjust my microphone because it's just all over the place. 1 second, guys, I'm sorry. This is like it's pet peeve of mine, another one. Like it's not enough of them, right? Since I was working in the studio, there's always a debate about microphones and placement of the microphones, and they should not be visible. That's what I think. So I'm trying to hide my microphone so it doesn't, because I think it's distracting. So hopefully it's going to be okay now. All right. So I'm going to work on the figure because I was thinking about what to do with the figure at home. A cart is a new thing. So let's right now try to adjust the ideas of a figure, and then I'll push the cart a little bit more to that kind of a visual, that I want. So let me just move it closer. Whoops. I'm just waiting. When is this painting going to drop on my head? As it happened so many times in the school with me and other students. That's why I stopped placing my palette underneath my canvas, because at one point this is just going to fall. No one knows when, but at one point it's just going to give. So let me just, as a skillful gamer, you know that you should always save the game. Okay. All right, cool. I'm looking for a sweet spot between a wobbly canvas and proper check. And actually you can see another figure actually next to it. I don't know, is this going to be a problem with these figures back? One is semi-naked. Should I cover it? Since we talked about that. I don't know. Okay. So I had this right here, and maybe he could go this way. I'm talking about that top part. It's not a problem only nibs and gins. Yeah, I got it, but you could probably see a little bit because it's from the profile. It might be just, it's in the shadow, but still. Yeah, it should be fine, but you never know. That's exactly what you never know, especially with these, always changing and quickly changing rules about streaming. So I don't want to. Honestly, I don't really care about being demonetized. It's more about they're just going to ban us, and then. That would be a shame. Well, we can do another channel. Who cares? But why risk it? I might send them an email and ask them so they can give me a little bit more of an answer. So I have this guy right here with that belt, right? So should I give him a belt as well? I think that would be good. Because this figure has to have all the bells and whistles when it comes to, it could be maybe even higher, right? Maybe here. I think this is where I was planning it to put, like somewhere here, okay? And then we talked about that, maybe the shoulder, it's fine right here. This is going to be that little thing that they have on the top of them. I don't know, I think it was like a you know, for a better protection from so this is, I was planning to put the shoulder right here. Yeah. Okay. And then, so if that is a, let's go into a little bit more of a neutral pigment, neutral territory. And you can see again, I'm just looking and searching for that. So I could put, what if I, okay, I'm going here and then okay. I'm thinking about the rhythm. So this would be the rhythm. Yep. Could that work? I think it could. To push it somewhere all the way here. A wheel should be, I'm thinking still about that direction of the wheel. Maybe it should go a little lower here, this way. And then disappears. Because it looks right now, it's tilted slightly. So here is still the side, and as it turns, it's inside. Okay, so this should be darker value right here. Okay, so let's just throw them a little darker value there for the shadow underneath that wheel. I just need to make sure that I have it in roughly in the right position. So this would be the inner thickness, right? From inside. So we are going side and we see top and then we see bottom, right? So this is what's happening. We see a top right here. So when we think about perspective, I should see a back. It should be the same thickness, right? And as it goes up, then maybe this should go a little bit more this way. And then this is the top. Cool. And then I need that green and adjust that. Yep. Better. Now we're talking. Now it looks like a wheel. Yeah, way better. Another friend who streamed on the Twitch got suspended for a day just because he had butts showing and it was like 1/4 visible, nothing bad at all. Yeah, so better play safe. I was flabbergasted when that happened. Yeah, it's just to give them, but I'm not the. He's cooking now, boys. Okay, that's pretty funny. Yeah. And what if we give him a? Well, he's going to definitely have maybe a cross, but maybe we could give him a different treatment of this. I want to create a little bit more interest there. Maybe I could push him right now, since we don't need that much space right here. Maybe I could cut into him to find a little bit more, because he's kind of, you know, like the ugh. That's the only word that I can find for it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, slightly better. Slightly better. And then maybe I could cut him here to show a little bit of that. To show a little bit of that, I'm looking for like the same thing that I have right here. So maybe I should actually do a similar thing and push it. Or do I have another brush, the bigger one? Well, this one's going to be all right. So the similar principle, let's apply the similar idea there. And maybe give him a, I'm looking here. Here maybe? And it goes up. Like so. Is this a kind of a good position? Yeah, yep. I think we're right there. Cool. Maybe even lighter. And again, you see, these just the quick, I didn't even know what, I don't know the color of the rope. I have no idea. I'm just somewhere, like maybe some kind of interest here. Maybe it's showing a little bit of light is catching from the side. Who knows, who cares at this point? And maybe this is where it's going to be moving somewhere this direction perhaps. Who knows, right? We're just having fun. We're searching, we're exploring all the possibilities. Just a little back and forth between what might and might not stick to this. And then again, here there's an option to show that maybe it's a chest. So I'll just do curvature here and maybe some padlock here, something like that, because I'm trying to, you know, introduce that suddenly that circular element, because we don't have it anywhere else. So it has to be a little bit like incorporated there. So it's helping a composition. It's not destroying that feeling. So it doesn't feel out of a place. I can't talk. Don't even listen to me. So it's not out of the place. See, it's just, you are going to, with your mind, finish that wheel. You know that it's wheel. So you don't need everything there. Maybe he has a concept. That's exactly that's what all these elements. I'm so sad that you haven't joined us sooner, because we exactly talk about these things. You're exactly on the same page as I am with this. It's not necessarily a concept, but it's like something that they're carrying, like a small book with prayers that they used to carry all the time on these things. It just needs to be somewhat authentic, since these are monks and they don't have money, or they kind of vow that they're going to get rid of all the money and all the old wealth. So I don't think that they would have money on them. They were mostly going from church to church, as far as I understand the pilgrimage that they went through, right? So that's why I can't just randomly put them things. And that goes back to that designing stage, that I know that something has to be there, but I don't want to put there something not necessarily arbitrary, but something that was just a filler, right? I'm thinking about the shape, and you are absolutely right that it's a shape of a sack of coins. But then he's starting to move towards a merchant rather than just a barely surviving monk. Yeah, exactly, like a rabbit skin pouch or something. Yeah, like the little details around. And then I need also a little darker value right here. I'm thinking that that's what's gonna determine the center of that wheel. Okay, so I need even darker value. Let me just. And there is that axle coming out somewhere here. Maybe some mud underneath. Did they pick up? Okay. Maybe even a little bit more of that. Show that side. It's going up and behind, like so here. To get that third dimension going. And as it goes down, right here. So I would need a little bit more push this direction. And that could be nice and soft transition here. Yeah. This way. Cool. Yep. So we have this. And also maybe I could push here a little, I'm afraid of that. I just want to put a foot down just a little bit, but no, it's going to be too much. He's going to be in that high grass situation. We'll have some small wheel trails on the grass of where it has been. Here's the thing, what I was thinking about when it comes to, actually it's better to show. I prepared with the original sketch. Fortunately, we haven't had a chance to get to it, but maybe I can incorporate it into the second part, is that, well, I don't know if you can see it here on the other side. Here, this kind of a C curve there, or X, that's actually the cross path. So I was thinking to give them there, but I'm missing that part of the canvas. So I have to rethink where to put them because visually I wanted to show that every journey has a cross path and you have to choose which way you are going. So it's there somewhere still in my mind to put it there. And I was thinking that also there are some that are going and following the path, and there are some that are going through the thick grass because they think that maybe they can go faster, or they can, you know, change the direction, or you know, fill the blank. So it's more, this is more like it goes a little bit more into depth of these ideas. So I specifically covered him with the shrubs and put this into shrubs because I wanted to have this kind of what would be the word? Abstract kind of a shape right here against actual figures. So when you have something abstract against something specific, it gives you another layer of contrast. It doesn't need to be contrast in terms of you put something dark against the light. The contrast is also that I have something curved against something straight, or something diagonal contrasting something vertical or horizontal, right? Same goes for pigments. I have vivid and a lot of things happening here randomly as an abstract part to counterbalance something that is exact as, let's say, portrait would be, right? So it gives you these kind of unities within the varieties and varieties within the unity, as Harold Speed would point out in his book, which I highly recommend you to check out. It's called The Science and Practice of Drawing, or The Science and Practice of Painting. I think that's a newer edition. maybe we could do even like this way, and maybe somewhere here, and it shows on the side, and then it disappears again, and then maybe where it's like here, where the attachment is, right? So we break that straight line, because I don't want to have that straight line there. And also, I think I should put immediately, I know that I have this pigment right here. So instead of looking for perfect value and brush and starting to paint hand, I want to see what's going to happen. This is where the hand is going to be covering over. I think this is going to work. Maybe right now it's a little too short, that arm. So we might actually go back to this position right here that it was yesterday. Don't know. Yeah. Soft transitions here. And you can see how my canvas is wobbly because I pressed a little too hard because I'm afraid that it's going to drop. Yeah, the hand is better there. Definitely. Definitely. Oh, I almost forgot my tea. Guys, are you keeping up with liquids? Got an email of a potential commission, but I'm feeling too overwhelmed with the upcoming gallery. Might have to explain a bit, and that I'll start a little later. I just finished my tea. Okay, you finished your tea, that's awesome. But let's get back to that commission, that's awesome. That is awesome, just go for it. Don't even think of go for it. What's the worst thing that can happen? DM. We're all trying to get all these commissions, and you have them, and you're not gonna do it. You have to do it. Yeah, you're going for it. Don't even over. Right now, you don't overthink it. You just go for it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool. We are here. We can always, give you feedback if you so choose. There's no pressure. You're not by any means. So I could actually then push a little, because I still want to go that curve, and then maybe here, like a little something, like just to create a little bit more interest in his garment. And it should flow here through this. Maybe his hand, maybe even go somewhere here, or maybe his sleeve could create a little other. Yeah. And then maybe just to show a little bit. So this is the direction, this is the direction. So maybe a little bit of hand right here. Just a touch, just a little bit. It should go lower, maybe. His hand should go lower. So let's put it here. Let's see if his hand could be here. If it works. Could be. It's not just it's not just a simple portrait. It's a picture of my client girlfriend's that in black and white, and he's asking me if I could convert it into a color and maybe extend it. That will be challenge. That would be challenging. I'm sorry. I think it is doable if I can get other references like colored version of him and so on. Time to grow. Yeah. I can't really say no. He's my returning client, and usually in my experience, returning clients are with you for life. They are. And it's a chance for you to paint that unicorn since he wants to get that extended portrait. Right? I have something in my eye and it's really itchy. So I'm looking forward to the ideas with the unicorns right now. Bring it. I think it's a great opportunity for you to, to have fun with stuff. And I would definitely do a couple sketches and send to your client if this is something that he or she has in mind, and go from there. Don't even think about it. I think it's going to be awesome. A hidden unicorn? Well, I want to see the unicorn. I don't want to see the hidden unicorn. So we have a cartwheel, we have hand, which would be awesome if I can paint it properly, because like I said, that's the important part. But I think that, naturally it wants to be there. And we can do that, little, like, end of that. End of that stick right there. Or it could go even further. Could it go even further? Oh, I just used all the pigments today. There's nothing left to work with. I have to squeeze more pigment there. Good old brush, again, loaded with a pigment. A little bit more of a medium. Cool. So I'm again in the stage of having fun with the pigments, adding a little bit more details, throwing them around, not knowing what's going to happen. I need a little bit more of that red, so I should probably go and squeeze more pigment onto my palette. Just a second. And this is a for everybody. This might be a good moment to look at your pigments, because this is what I used to do before. Since I didn't have pigments that I started with some pigments on my palette, and I finished them, and I don't know what was it when I was younger. I was so lazy to put them back on the palette, and I was trying to find some other colors on my palette. It's just and it never end up so these are all. So I need a raw sienna, burnt sienna, vermilion or cad red light. We can clean this a little bit more yellow, maybe ochre, because yellow ochre is the main one. So I have a raw sienna right here. Let's go with that. Oh, beautiful. Love that raw sienna. Then I have burnt sienna. Okay, cool. Burnt sienna. And I need red light. Cadmium deep. I could use deep as well. No, I'm not gonna add a little more complication to this. Yeah, maybe I could. Okay, this is going to drop. Let me move it away. This is my slightly cooler, darker red against that cadmium red light. Cadmium red light. My brain is still fried from Rijksmuseum. I barely managed to get myself to paint today. Oh, come on. I'm pretty sure that you wanted to paint already. You're just a little too worried that when you're comparing yourself, I understand that to a Rembrandt, but don't worry, he trained, he worked on himself, so you're good, you're good. And I still have to worry about the frames and other methods of hanging up my paintings for the gallery. Also make 1 minute explanation of my work. Well, you get the idea. I don't know how you all do it. Well, here's the thing. Same way that you do, with the chaos and last minute adjustments, a lot of stress, not sleeping very well, and so on and so forth. It's exactly the same symptoms that you have. Exactly the same symptoms. But then you can till what time do you have to do that commission? Does it have a time frame, stamp, or time something? Time. Is there a deadline? That's what I'm trying to ask. Is there a deadline? And still could add a little more. I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one. My client didn't say, but he wanted to know the time frame. I got the sense of urgency there. Yeah, I feel you. Well, here's the thing, and I might be wrong. I probably am. Most of the time I'm wrong. But the final decision, it's always going to be up to you, no matter what. Because I can't force you to do that. But I'm going to refer to my mom taught me this. And we had a discussion not a long time ago, a couple years ago, about actually renting a space, a studio for painting. And I told her, Mom, you know what, I'm barely making it as it is right now with all the stuff that I have. And it's really difficult for me to sustain my painting hobby, if you wish, because most of the people think that painting is hobby. It is hobby, but I'm taking this hobby maybe then a little too serious. Anyway, she said that I shouldn't be worried and getting the studio because it's an important step to go forward with your own work. And also she mentioned, and this is the important part, that the moment that you know that you have to pay another X amount of money for your studio, you will be forced to do more work just to sustain that studio, which might sound crazy, but it helped me. I said, okay, I'm gonna do it. And the worst case scenario, I'll just have 3 months of rent that just gonna go into waste. And it didn't. And from that moment, I can't imagine that I don't have my space to paint. I improved tremendously. I kind of, that's having your studio when you paint, it's the same thing as when you put the painting in the frame. Suddenly it's official, so you better start working. What I'm saying is that you might want to take that commission and you will find a way how to make it work. Trust me, you will find make a way how it works. But like I said, I'm not pushing you to anything. The decision is ultimately yours and yours only. I used my money to visit Rijksmuseum. That was really motivating and awesome. And custom frames will look like I'll get money back on that. Yeah, see, no problems at all. You test it, you tried it, this and that. You see, it's all working. So we talked about that, meeting Kim Jong-ji. And how lucky I am. I am lucky, but I went there. I thought that, well, I don't want to go there. It's just I have so much work, and it's like, no, it's going to be fun. There's going to be a lot of other painters that you can hang out with and check out, and so on and so forth. It's like, all right, I'm going. And then I met there Sean Cheatham, which we became friends. I think that I also met there, or I got introduced to all the group of painters or artists rather, because they work also digitally, because I think that was an event that also Karl Dobsky was part of, or he suggested it, and it was just a cool place to hang, really. And I was just like, what? Okay, you never know. So. Same, I used to work in the library, then I mentioned this, that then you work and hang out in libraries, you talk to librarians, and they give you hints and notes where to get better books, where you can get the sales. They can actually tell you that these books we are going to sell, I'm going to put them on site for you, come early in the morning, and I'll give it to you immediately. And you just go here, buy them, and you just go away, right? And like I said, I got Raphael and Michelangelo, old versions of these Taschen books for €5, $5 actually. So at that time it was maybe like €4. Old versions because the library was refreshing that, I don't know, whatever books. They got the new editions, and the old ones, they don't have a space for it. So they're just going to give it away, basically for free. They had no use for them. You never know. That's how crazy the things are. It would be cool if I can rent a studio space too. So lucky. Yeah, but here's the thing, I couldn't. I had no business to renting my own studio. I had no business to do it. I was just not even, my skill wasn't there. I was still in the school, barely surviving, you know, and you know, that's what it is. And I had to ask mom for help, and she told me like, I can't really help you that much with money. I can give you as much as possible, but rest of it, you just have to figure it out how to find a way. Could go this way, all the way here, maybe. I'm looking again for that. I'm searching for a nice shape, nice design. A little bit more of that saturation, lighter, chroma, lighter, chroma. Oops. So maybe right here, sleeve goes right here, and then it can go back this way, maybe. Well, that might work. And a little lighter here. Even lighter. That's really, really light right here. I didn't even realize how light that is. Right there. More of that shoulder. So, whoops. A little lighter. So we showed that a shoulder, and maybe some, like a little catching light right here. The same thing that we did on the catching light right here. Or it's like not even, right? So I'm breaking that even, and it's starting to look like something that they might be wearing. It also has a little bit of wear and tear, maybe a little bit of here, something that just jumps a little bit out, and I can do the same thing on the other side. So it's going this way here. So let's connect it, and the same thing on the other side. So I have that. The volume of that, the top part that's on them. So similar thing that I did here, right? But I'm not showing the under, because this is going over and back. So, and it's because he's closer to us, right? So I'm changing that a little bit. All right, now I remember I just raised my price this year, so I don't know how my clients will, what my clients will think of it. I'll need to explain that to him. See, that's that's another nice way to get out of the situation. He might say, "Oh, that's out of my price range," but trust me. How am I going to move this? Okay. So I could maybe so this is that other hand. Okay, he's puffing up a little bit, but I'm going to slim him down with a shadow. That could be, or actually let me hit it maybe even lighter. Or actually, I'm sorry, not lighter, but more saturated, right here. So this could be like a light area that's going to be dark. This is the light area. This might be a light area as it. Yeah, he's starting to take shape, and this could be darker. Let me hit it with. I'm trying to push the cobalt there, and the cobalt is really just for saturation. I need ultramarine. I need something that's going more towards red, because I want to desaturate it with orange. So let me wipe all this paint away because it's a wrong mixture. And let's try this. Oh yeah, better. That's what I was looking for. The kind of a purplish hue. A little bit of that English red, a little bit of this. And the purplish because I want to do a shadow. We tried the green one, and right now I'm into a purple. So this way, maybe it could go like this whole thing could be like so. Maybe shadow right here in the bottom. I think this might work. Not sure. Maybe slightly lighter. Let me clean that brush. I still have time. Yeah, I still have a half an hour because it's just, again, it got slightly darker again. Don't know. It's a storm is brewing, I guess. Yeah, I raised it because my art friend said I was undercharging, and insisted to do that. And also because I was hoping to scare them off so I could have this painting for the gallery. Spoiler, that didn't work. Lol, it backfired. Yeah, earned more money than ever. Now I had to say no to a few collectors because I really need them for a gallery. Blows away. Okay, blows away the storm. Yeah. But here's the thing. So you are set for a great experience. So you know what? You just relax and just chill. That's all you have to do. And say, yeah, you're gonna do that. But since you are so, I'm being sincere right now. But since you are so, what's the word? Popular right now amongst people, and they want your paintings, he either have to pay premium or he has to wait. So, you know, that's a win-win. That's a win-win. Easier said than done, but I'll try. Yeah, I know that it's easier said than done. I know these lines that I created there to help me are bothering me right now. They're too sharp and they're standing out too much. Yeah. So this could go all lighter and like maybe even lighter. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's just push it with light pigments, a little bit more of this. Not lighter, not light. Because I'm looking at this figure right now and I can tell that I can go even lighter. This is still not even close. And maybe I should go, instead of this, maybe I should go just straight into this. Yeah. This is what I'm missing. And a little bit of that blue there. I want to get that blue because I want to have a little bit of that reflection of the sky into half tones. Cool, yeah. Yeah. And then this as well. I'm just randomly throwing that pigment there because I want to create that random feeling. And maybe this could go even more in cut. Okay, that's going to help. That's definitely going to help. So let's cut it in this way. Yep. Yep. Now we're talking. This is exactly what I was looking for. Perfect. So he has the hand, he has his hand there. We could push this lighter right here, because that's still that basket that I have. Maybe it's being illuminated by light from the back. Perfect, and it's curving towards forward, which kind of pushes my dark hand forward. Nice. So this is what I'm thinking about. Remember, we did these portraits, and I was talking about I have a even with the figures, I have a dark background and light hand, and then I have a light background and dark hand. So I'm trying to create that kind of an interesting. These hands are both the same value because I painted it with exactly the same pigment. The reason I agreed to raise the prices is because I can always give discounts, no other way around. Does that even make sense? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But you can also raise the price based on, I don't know, usually, and I'm thinking right now when I'm doing a project like these, like let's say when you're doing portrait, because I can't, because of non-disclosure agreements, I can't really get into a specifics. But let's say that you are doing a painting commission and you're doing portrait, and you decide, or you not decide, you agreed with your client that he or she or them, depends on whatever figures or portrait are you working on, and you do these revisions. And in the price that they are paying, there are two revisions. And if that person says that they don't, or the group of people, we don't like this, okay, there is another revision, but we're going to actually increase the price because I have to change the original plans and things. So it's not only a time consuming, but also it requires more material, and I need to do a completely new, or not completely new, but I have to work with another idea. Right? So there are options to do that. It's not that easy. And here's the thing: you want to be, and this is don't even listen to me about this. This is my personal opinion, and this goes against everything that they would teach you in any business, because it's kind of stupid to do it, but it is possible. You just say no. That's not enough money, and we can count it. I can bring you a calculator if you want, and you just count everything. How much the cost of the brush, cost of the canvas, cost of the time, cost of every little thing. Oh, I had to cut the canvas. Well, I had to buy scissors. Yeah, revisions. But hear me out. This is extremely that's a business. part of a painting, right? So be careful with that. And also, when it comes to these revisions, again, it has to have end, because there is not going to be, there's just, there is a person, and this is why I struggle with commissions a lot, because, and we, like how many times I was complaining about this, probably a zillion times, and it's my problem especially, because usually patrons that ask for a portrait, they want their portrait that they have in their head, and they want to use your hands to execute it. I've seen it, it happened to me multiple times, and you have to be strong, and you have to be like, okay, but that's not what I am capable of. Not with intent to argue with the people, more like explaining a position. So this is what I do, this is how it's going to look, come to my studio, look what you see, and I can do this because this is what I trained for. If you want a portrait that looks like Picasso, you have to ask somebody else, because I'm not capable of doing it. Simply, it's simply not possible, right? And it's difficult because people are like, well, I have enough money to pay for it, and so no, I'm sorry. I can actually, I don't know, for X amount of money, I can help you find someone who does it for you, but it's not going to be me. It's not in my style. It's not in my, I'm not capable of doing it. We can do experiment, and I can do what you are asking me to do the way that I imagined it, if you want to, but I cannot guarantee any results. Yeah, I have had some bad experience as a freelancing digital artist. So I use what I've learned from for oil painting, and thankfully that helped a lot to keep it going smoothly. But the revisions are still one of my weaknesses. I need to work on them. Exactly. Yep, you said it all. Okay, yeah, but and this is not, and I don't want to take a credit for this, because that's not that's not exactly what it. I did not come up with this idea. This is something that I took from business. When I work digitally, exactly, you mentioned it, digitally. It's just people would just, can you change this and can you change this? And I remember on one project I was working for forever, because there was every day was something else. I sent them a revision, and it was not clause in the contract that they cannot do hundreds of them. So they were like, all right, we liked it. And I didn't know why they jumped into it so quickly. Now I know. Because anywhere else was, okay, this is going to be a discussion. It's going to be first set of sketches. Then we're sitting and we're talking about what you like and what you don't. There is a second, and the third one is going to be final. And if you want to change it, well, then you have to, we're going to start with a different, with another additional, so you were there, rest in peace. Yeah, and it was so painful. It was so painful. I know you understand that. It was so painful. And then it went even further, because I have friends and also colleagues that, I'm working on this, I don't know, half a year. I am completely dried out of the money, and someone comes and tells you, I'll pay you cash immediately for this and that. And you're like, okay, all right, I'm going to do it because I need that money. Happened this to me as well. Not once, multiple times. But then I saw younger students, and this is when it really clicked in. So I'm in the school, let's say in a 5th year, right? So you should be the best in the school when it comes to younger generation. And there are people, we are in the same studio, right? The 5th year, 4th year, and 3rd year. And then I'm painting, they like my painting, they call me, and I tell them, okay, you can have it for this amount of money. And they're like, oh, all right, thank you, we'll think about it. what they did, this is just crazy, what they did, they called a student that had a similar painting, or the similar style rather, if he could or she could paint that painting for that amount of money. And they did. This is what happens all the time. Because they pressed on them, they showed them the money, and I at that point, at that moment, I was not struggling necessarily with finances, so I was not necessarily pressed. So it happens. This is a standard practice. I know that you're surprised, but that's a standard practice in the school. And same, you remember we talked about these competitions for young artists. That's just like competition for young artists. I was so excited about that, about these competitions. And then I realized that these competitions are like, oh, I'm going to present my sketches, I'm going to present my ideas, and then they're going to tell me, oh, this is not that good, and then I will see it somewhere else used as a design. It's just, that's what happens. So that's what I stopped doing. I imagine you were still annoyed by that though. Not really, I'm not annoyed at all. Do you know why? It's very simple. I need to work, I need to do better work. So there is no question about the price, period. I'm not at all, it's just a proof about that, okay, you have to get even better. So there is no one that could actually repaint that painting for you. That actually, you can either be annoyed, as you mentioned, or you can just, okay, this is what's up, well, let me show you the painting you will never have, unless you pay for it. I know it's so stupid, but that's the way, that's how I think that, no, that's the way. That's the way I decided to combat that, you know. I don't recommend you to do that. So don't do it, but you have that option, and they need to know that you have that option to say no. It's a good approach. That's what I thought when I did it, that would be a good approach. But you know, when I'm thinking about that from a point of view that, oh, I remember I had that studio and I was thinking like, where am I going to get that money? If they would come to me at that time, I would say, yes, take 2 paintings. It's just, if it catches you in the situation that you need money, that you're going to do it. It's just not a problem. But, and you remember we also mentioned, I think that it was a, who was it? Monet? I think it was a Monet. That the famous example of someone come to his studio with painting that that person purchased somewhere, and it was some of his sketches, and it wasn't signed, and it was just a little thing. So they come to him, and I don't think it was Monet. Well, let's say there was a Monet. It doesn't matter. The idea is important, and they ask a painter, an artist, to sign that sketch, and the story goes that he took it and threw it into a fireplace, and it started burning, and the person is like, it was my money, I purchased it, it was my thing, you had no right to touch it or destroy it. And he told me, you know what, I understand that, but there is my studio right next door. You go there and pick up whatever you want. They're signed. And if they're not, I'll sign them. And they're asking, like, why did you do it? And it's because that's the assurance of equality. I didn't sign it. It was somewhere. Someone found it. Someone made money off of it. And this would go and go forever. And I want to keep only the highest quality, because these kind of leftovers, they are lowering the price of my art that I'm doing right now. So, you know, I might be losing a painting that I can do again tomorrow against something that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. So you have so many different approaches how to deal with this. One of them, I'm sure, one of these is going to be that satisfies you and your patron or customer or collector. Yeah, the internet is dying. I can see like my YouTube is off. Never mind. What time is it actually? Oh wow, it's about to... Oh, it was a good day today. Or is it just me? And it's not end because I still have to continue working and then I have some private lessons. So there, we can do this. And then I can do like a little sleeve that is going all the way around here, in front of that pole right there. Cool. Nice, nice. Yeah. There it is. I'm just trying to picture that. That wheel right there, if it's in the right spot. Probably it isn't. So a little bit of this. These ellipses. Center and then up. Bah, no, you know what? I think it's all right. The second line is better. The second line is better, so let me just erase this one. Cool. Yeah, and this is too bright, I think. Too much. So let's just... Just get it a little more oomph. Maybe here, this way. Cool. So we have this, this and that. And then maybe I could put this hand even lighter here. I think it might take a little more of that lighter. But I need to add a little bit of a saturation here. So this is where the hand is going to be, the top part. Right here, so sketching a little bit more light. Right there. So again, these are just the placeholders for this. Ah, I know what the problem is. Okay, this looks that is, if the wheel is, this needs to go lower. Okay, see that's the, yeah, okay, all right. Now we're cooking with gas. Finally. I can actually get even bigger. So I have to do this This has to be a precise thing because it's a, yeah, it cannot be that small because they wouldn't be able to make it that small. That's why even the wheels were that big. Well, also that you can a movement, but they could also, when they were kind of trying to bend a wood, it's not as easy. So it could be, it could continue this way actually, as it was right here. Somewhere here. Okay, I'm going to paint it first, the whole thing. Well, not the whole thing, but you know, all the lines, and then I'm going to go over it. And then question is, if I put that, can I give him that rope around? Which way should it go? Because I really want to bring something light there. Or should I just drop it down right here? I think that might work. And he might have one this way and one. No, he has to go, all has to go here, I guess. His ones. Yeah. It's just I made the same line as a. So it's going here and here. And out. Yeah. Cool. And the second one actually, okay, cool. Second one could go this and then disappears because it's going in this way. One's gonna go around behind, cool. One's gonna go around and behind. So it changes direction here. And it swirls this way. Let's get the big one. And another one's going this way, here. Yeah, cool. Cool, we swing that way with that, and then maybe he can have some as well. So he doesn't feel left out, and he doesn't have his a rope right there. Okay, so we also rope the guys. Nice. So right now the only problem is hand, because it's too big, I think, maybe. Too chunky. So I made it a little slightly smaller. Okay, right now it doesn't look right at all, but that's no problem because I'm going to do adjustment here. So this is going to be bottom, and that's going to go this way. Right, so. Yep. Right, so it's a soft light there. Nice. Yeah, the only thing that it's comical is the wheel right now because yeah, it just looked wrong. It looks funky, but that's okay. That's not that big of an issue right now. because the important is this is a concept, right? So if I want to start making it a little bit more like believable, maybe I could just put A. And this is why I need to, because I don't know, it looks just like a little bit of this and then it's sticking out a little bit. I don't know. It all has to be figured out. But I have to see at least one wheel so I can work with it. And then we have a hand on the other side. And I need to adjust this a little bit. And again, I'm adjusting only a shape, right? So I'm looking, okay, so this is tangent right now. So let's make it a little bit more breathable. Right here, then a little bit more right here, because this is where the hand is going to be. Cool, nice. Nice. Okay. And then maybe this is too much of that redness here on the top, so let me just soften it just a touch. As should be chest. So let's make it like a more chesty-like. And that chest is with remains. So what I'm thinking about is to even like really go into it, because that was a, if you remember, I have this drawing right here, which was part of a sketch for a different variation of this. This is the one, you remember? And you can see in the hands, unfinished hands, he's holding not the book, but he was supposed to hold that kind of a small chest with a artifacts. You know, something that I don't necessarily want to use the famous copy that pierced that skin of a Jesus, the very famous one. Nothing like that, but like a little bit of remains. So I can, and it should be like a really nice and shiny thing, and not necessarily shiny, but beautifully decorated. So what we can do, and this is when we can unleash, like having fun. So like really just putting some like, almost like a, you know, like another something there, like a pure blue is just automatically going to give a completely different, and it's not chest, but it's starting to, with abstractly starting to look like chest, and we can actually, then I should probably also look into some chests from that era. So it's because I don't want to switch it into that kind of a what you would see in movies, because you can tell in the movies it's fake because they are just, you know, designing it so it looks nice for movies. That's not necessarily how it look in real life. I don't want to do an exact photocopy, but I want to stay naturalistic approach, right? So, OMG, I love it. His face. It's a different thing. It's a different thing right now. But I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. Right now it's starting to, you know, let me move this to see how we work as a unit. But I think that we're good. And I have to adjust my canvas because right now it's under the angle because it was higher up. Oops. Okay. Well, it's still going to be under the angle because of this type of All right, so here we go. Oh yeah, I think it's working. I think it works. It needs to be really, really put together right now, even better. But I think that we have a nice interval. We introduce another element to this painting. So it's starting to slowly pick up the steam. And yeah. See, and it's just, and this is the main painting, right? I have a couple days to finish it before leaving. And such a crazy adjustment. It is possible. It just we had to figure it out how to put it there. And it's mostly, it's not necessarily only about the object. It's also that aesthetic, the design language that you wanna bring to it, right? Yeah, and it got dark. It got really dark, and you can see how dark it is based on. And it's also, it helps because the idea of light, it's right here. And as it goes away, it's getting darker. But you can see how it darkens to all the way to dark, complete darkness. So maybe something lighter, again, would help a little bit to push it. Maybe we're going to push too much forward. I don't know. We can definitely check it out. I agree to... Oh. Sorry for my slows. Trying to paint and type at the same time don't work too well. I think you are influencing my style now, Andre. I am starting to paint in layers, using pigments to build up the layers. And also, I think Rijksmuseum inspired me to not paint so directly. Kind of funny to see how it evolves. That's when the because that's the beauty of oil paint, I think, that you don't need to be right the first time. I know there is alla prima. I know that you see all these videos and you see beautiful paintings. It's an illusion. It is an illusion, and we want to keep it as an illusion. So don't go around and spread around this information. This is the number one rule of a Fight Club is we do not talk about the Fight Club, right? Another kind of insert from a pop culture. I started with a plein air, so I was used to alla prima. It was a way to get me to paint more with oil. Yeah, and let's really, like, when you think about it, and that this might be our, yeah, it's almost 4, and I have to switch to another setup. So this might be something that I would like to keep you with. When we think about painting, there is, just by looking at so many different styles when it comes to paint, or so many different languages that we actually created with painting from, when you think about like 60,000 years ago when it started in Lascaux with these just the handprints, right, to all the way a 19th century before the photographs when they were like hitting it just absolutely perfectly, and then photographs showed up and kind of ruined their shtick because it's just suddenly you couldn't get as close to the photograph. And people were so excited that they can take pictures and it's not that expensive and so on and so forth as paintings, and it doesn't take forever to make them. So we went to a complete different direction, to complete abstraction. So only when you think about how many different paintings styles there are, that means that there has to be equal amount, if not more, equal amount of painting techniques. And I wish for you and for myself to know all of them. Not because you have to, but because it gives you something to work with, something to choose from, and then decide, oh, do I want to do this way? Do I want to do it that way? is this what's going to represent it? Because we, even with this painting, we went from like, this is like almost like a smooth, a rendered arm, right? We go through something more abstract because it's, you know, it's a little bit more rougher, more rough, right? More rough. We go into a distance when you can barely see figures, it's just the suggestions, then into a really bright, a shiny thing, again to something that is a little bit more abstract, into complete abstraction, into a wheel again, and then we're going to bring it to a focus on this side. So there is every technique there, or every idea, and you have a chance to do it all alla prima. Unfortunately, I don't think that this is alla prima possible. But alla prima also means that you paint wet into wet. So as long as you are painting a whole day, every day, you're still alla prima, in a sense. So there is so many other ways to paint, and not only ways to paint, but also ways to combine these techniques. That's what I was trying to get to. Thank you, Andre, for 15 minutes talking about the very single one sentence. So what I'm trying to say is that the more technique you know, the more combinations of techniques you can create. So that's that. I'm going to stop today with this. Keep this in mind and think about that it's just not one particular way how to do things. And that's the beauty about painting and trying to explore and maybe push yourself to do something else. You might find painting actually enjoyable, because I was really struggling with the painting and the fact that I was not enjoying it. Today, thoroughly. And you know what? I didn't want it to come to studio because I was tired. I woke up early morning. I drove for 2 hours back and for 2 hours. Actually 3 hours back and forth, 3.5, and I said to myself, I don't want to. And then I sat into a studio and I was, okay, it's time to paint, because that's what I do. This is my time to relax. The stuff before lunch was working. This is relaxing. So I enjoy it. I am relaxed. I'm refreshed. I feel happy. My brain is full of endorphins. Maybe because of the fumes from. I'm gonna disregard the fact that I have been inhaling this because I broke my rules, because I was so into painting and creating that I forgot to close this really smelly thing. So I'm gonna say that I am excited because of endorphins, not because of the fumes. And I wish you awesome rest of the day, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. It was awesome today. Thank you for your support. Thank you for that creative discourse that we really, it's starting to also hopefully make sense to you as well, how important it is to be in the studio and work with people in atelier and work alongside. It's way more enjoyable. There is that creative energy around. So I'm excited about the future. It's going to be a lot of fun paintings, and especially Bad Painting Friday. That's going to be fun. So let's reconvene tomorrow, same place, same time, and let's be here for that creative moments and solutions that are going to come with it. So thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye.